Good morning, folks. It's 9:55. We're just about wrapping up this warm-up period for athletes that have registered today for what will be a bit of a makeup session from last night. Air quality improving dramatically this morning. We will be excited to host what will be a very busy program today. A lot of time trialing going on today in this session, so a lot of riders will be going against the clock this fine morning. Racing does start in roughly 5 minutes. We'll try and be as timely as we can today. And of course, velodrome.org/live, so you can see the start lists. There's a button on there to check results after they're posted, but right now you can get on there to see the start order. And by knowing that information, athletes, you will help us have a smooth and successful program today. So take a look at that, velodrome.org/live, to know how the event will be running for you. You can also check there after your race has wrapped up to get your official times. I'll also do my best from up here to announce them shortly after your race concludes. When I get the timing, I'll make the announcement from up here for everybody who's doing a time trial today. Velodrome.org/live also will have the link for the live stream, so if you'd like to send your effort to friends and family before you jump out on the track, let them know you can tune in to support you from far away. You can do so. Again, the link, velodrome.org/live, does have the YouTube link for the live stream in this session. Last opportunities for our athletes this morning to get themselves set and warmed up. We'll be getting the track closed down shortly before we jump into some quick scratch races for our junior competitors, and then moving into some Keirin Heats and some 500-meter time trials. It'll be a fun one. There's the bell, so athletes will make their way off. All athletes on the track, please find your way off the track now. Track is closed. Riders exit on the back straight. Thank you. You can also find another way to get to that live folder, a more direct link. There's a QR code in a couple places. One is on the door to the bathroom on the infield. So that's a good place for athletes that'll be visiting there frequently. Also on your way into the track, there's a QR code. That's just to get to that live results folder directly. All right, we have our scratch races coming up for the youngest riders out here today, and to get them started, we need our 10 to 16-year-old juniors to check in on the home straight for rollout procedures, please. Rollout procedures for juniors 10 to 16 to the home straight. Thank you very much, and we're going to have a quick rider meeting on the infield, so I'll turn down the music, and athletes, if you could turn your attention, please, in the direction of Phil in the center, right near the podiums. We're going to try to get some information out, organize ourselves, and get this thing rolling. Thank you. All right, our meeting's now concluded, so we're just going to go through a quick rollout procedure for our youngest riders. We start off our regional championships with some juniors competing in a scratch race. So we've got a couple different age groups that are come out here for some fast racing. After our 15 through 16-year-old junior scratch race, we will be moving forward and do some Keirin Heats, which will finalize later tonight in our Keirin finals. And then, of course, the time trials begin. Don't forget to check those start lists for the time trials. I will always try to announce at least 2 riders ahead. Our athletes will be putting out some great efforts this morning against the clock as we go probably past noon by quite a bit. So if you're hanging out with us today and supporting our riders, thanks for being here. This is indeed the first active session of Fred's race. The second posted one. The schedule last night had to get canceled thanks to air quality, but we're back this morning and excited to be racing. Hosting athletes from mostly our local area, but we got folks coming up from the Portland region competing. This is a regional competition. British Columbia represented here as well. And riders in different age groups and categories are racing for medals. This will be, again, regional championships here on the track. Fred's Race is the informal name for this annual tradition that started back in 2014 here at the Velodrome. You can see getting set here on the track, our youngest group of juniors riding in a scratch race, 10 to 12-year-olds competing today in a 5-lap scratch race about ready to start. And our first event for the 2021 Fred's Race. Six competitors coming out here, and the medals, of course, going 3 deep. We will be seeing how these riders go for 5 quick laps of racing. Got it. We're down to 5. I can count. Officials will start them soon. We just are finishing the rollout for the rest of the juniors. We got lots of young riders today to get through. Scratch racing underway for our youngest group on the neutral right now. So they will get the signal out of turn 4 for the official start on their 5-lap event. A good reminder there at the line is our young riders are all eligible for medals at the end of this. And we're going to want to stick around for podiums to get their social media notoriety and, of course, the hardware to celebrate their efforts today for Fred's race. If you haven't taken a gander over to velodrome.org to check out more about Fred's race, there's some history to talk about in terms of the naming and all that kind of stuff. There's a good read on the website if you go into the racing tab and learn a little bit more about Fred and who he was. There's a link to a PDF that's our good friend Eric Johnson helped kind of put together and send my way. That's got a ton of background and history on this event. And most importantly, Fred C. Rayberger, the man who this race is named after. So if you find yourself kind of curious about what this is all about, why we give medals all these different groups and what we're celebrating, there's a good reason behind it. Off we go. It's 5 laps for our youngest crew of competitors. That's Charlotte Westover, I believe, the leader on that first lap. Got her head down and driving the pace real good to start it off. These riders will hear a bell at 1 to go to let them know that they're on their final effort. That last lap, and then we'll get them across the line and celebrate their efforts with some good round of applause for the youngest group of riders here at the track today. Ooh, a big strong lap. Charlotte takes them all the way around the track. Coming onto the home straight, seeing 4 to go. That's Luna Mendoza right behind her in the black and blue. We will be separating our competitors out, as is the way of competitive track cycling, by our male and female competitors for medaling purposes. So there are 3 female competitors in our 10 to 12-year-old group and 2 male competitors in this race today. So we'll separate those out for the medaling purposes, but for the race and for the fun of it, they're all riding together. So making the race as fun as they can for this group of young riders. At 3 to go, Charlotte just doesn't want to give up the front. A powerhouse. 3 to go. William Huang is number 521 in that blue shirt, 3rd wheel back. We also got Keegan Fairbanks in the race. Molly Armstrong, also competing in there. We got basically the same formation a couple laps around, as Charlotte's been just wanting to make it as fast as she can for the whole field. Two to go for the 10 to 12-year-olds. 2 to go. 5'11" is Keegan Fairbanks. Been sitting along the side for a while, kind of watching Charlotte do the work. And I think now Keegan's ready to go out on an effort. Nice attack around the outside as Keegan was waiting for an opportunity. Next time around the track, they'll all be getting the bell. Bell's ringing, it's 1 to go. The home crowd's putting their hands together as Keegan's on the attack, and the rest of the field is chasing down, trying to get up there. That's Molly Armstrong getting up out of the saddle into the rider in the black, trying to make a move up there. Good lead for Keegan still. pursuit's happening. Can they catch in time? I see, I believe it's William Huang, the rider in the blue, trying to chase down, but Keegan with the nice move in the middle of the field will go first across the line and first in her group. And William will be first out of his group of the male competitors, but oh, Keegan's a boy. I should have read the sheet. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Maybe I should read first. So Keegan will take a gold, I believe, and I missed the junior that was in the junior kit that came across the line for the female competitors first, but a good finish and a nice attack for Keegan to get across the line. Hey, 13 to 14-year-olds, you're up next. On deck, our 15 to 16-year-old scratch race will be coming up to the track. So 15, 16-year-olds, be ready to go. This 13, 14-year-old group now to the rail for an 8-lap scratch. And it looks like it's Molly Armstrong was the rider for the that'll be picking up the gold for the female competitors for the 10 to 12-year-old group. So congrats to her and for her ride, and again to Keegan. Fantastic racing. All right, 13 to 14-year-olds coming on up. All right, the whistle signaling the start for the neutral. We're going to start out of turn 4. This larger field for our 13 and 14-year-olds. A good showing today. And they're going to be going around the track 8 times to sort out medals in the scratch race for this young group. It does look like we have 3 competitors riding for the gold, silver, and bronze for the females in this group. The rest of our field will be competing as males for that set of medals, and we'll get that sorted out after their finish. From my point of view, I'll be announcing just the front of the race and seeing how our young riders are doing. They'll be coming out of turn 4 as long as they can get together here. They'll get the whistle, and we'll get this thing started for 8 laps. And there's the sound of that whistle. Off we go. Nice looking group here of juniors, 13 to 14-year-olds getting some encouragement on their first lap. Once again, I know this scratch racing here to start our program isn't all time trialing. Most of today's events are going to be time trials where riders are out here against the clock. Don't forget you can share racing with friends, family, co-workers, colleagues across the country or the world. We have a link on YouTube right now with the action being shared. So if you want to be able to share your effort later when you're out here on the track going against the clock and have people cheer you on, you can send the link their way. The easiest way to get to that is velodrome.org/live. Or, of course, if you already subscribed to the YouTube channel, you might have gotten notified about it. JB Velodrome is the channel name, or the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome. Search for us on YouTube and give us a subscription and hit that bell notification to know when we go live. That way you can share that link with folks. Let them know we're racing here in Redmond today. The air quality's gone up into the sky a little bit, so we're breathing better down here in the Velodrome and having a good time. Starting off with our kids in our second race now of Fred's Race 2021. One of the core concepts of Fred's Race is Fred would go was kind of the motto as we started this, and part of that is this idea of get as many people on the track as possible, get as many people racing, because it's fun and it's a supportive community. So in that spirit, we get all these different categories together, racing and going for medals, and we celebrate all of their efforts, intended to be both a championship but also an extraordinarily positive and supportive community here for Fred's Race. First race results are up, including the omnium for the juniors from that first race. As a reminder for all athletes, our omnium tabulations for Fred's Race is low numbers are good. So if you got first place, you got a 1. If you got third place, you get a 3. So the lower your number, it's golf out here for the omnium. Keep the score low in the omnium competition. Those results are now up at velodrome.org/live in that results folder. Race getting blown apart a little bit here as a couple of our riders trying to make it fast early. I'm looking at Ben Jurassic, number 339 in the black and green, has been instigating some speed here, and it's pulled the field apart a little bit. At 4 to go, Ben was going to hit it again. Gavin getting some encouragement to get on the wheel as the rider, one of our riders coming up from Portland to train here in the Seattle area, putting on a good show as well. He's trying to get on that wheel as quick as he can as Gavin Newman. The rest of the field all in pursuit. That's still Ben Jurassic on the lead of the lap, seeing 3 to go. Got a couple riders in pursuit. 509, Jack Hampson is the one that's nearest to catching now. Two to go. Here's our lead rider just now crossing the line. He's in the cruise mode now. He's got a good tempo and he's well ahead of the rest of the field. Here comes a couple riders gathering up at the line at 2 to go. Indigo Vining, 514, another rider in that group of 3 now as they go into the Broadmark sign in turn 1. Those are the closest group of riders in the chase behind our leader, who is over there in turn 3, just now going under a group. Here comes Ben onto the home straight to pick up the sound of the bell, and he's working his way towards some hardware and a gold in this scratch race. 1 to go for Ben and the rest of the riders behind him. Everybody's going to be getting the 1 to go mark. 1 to go. Yep, every rider now behind Ben is going to be on their final lap. As they come on that back straight, you've got a crew that may have just been lapped, but they're also racing against each other, so they're going to pick up the pace as they know they're on their final lap, and they're going to now initiate their sprint. This will be actually, I think this is going to be the gold medal for the females in this group. So we'll see how this comes around the corner. First is Ben, though. We'll give him a round of applause for his great race. He's a strong rider, picking up his gold today. And the sprint, it might be Rue. I think they'll be able to take that one. So number 510 will do well here. And comes our finish also for silver for our men in the group. It looks like Indigo Vining makes his way forward from the chasing riders, and I think he'll be second across the line on the lead lap. So our second place finisher there, I think, picking up some hardware as well. Riders will be exiting on this lap. This is your final lap. Nice job to you all. 13 to 14-year-olds exiting on the back straight, and 15 to 16-year-olds coming up next. Come on up to the rail. Next group, 15 to 16-year-olds. To the rail, please. Come on down. Racing continues tonight. We do have an evening session of racing. Beverage Garden out, more mass start racing to go on. That starts at 6 o'clock tonight. So if you're enjoying yourself, maybe you're out here on a ride or you're out at the park and you didn't exactly plan to stay in the velodrome, you just heard something going on, make some evening plans to come back out and join us. It'll be a fun night where we get some more racing going on. Lots of large fields of competitors rather than what you'll see later, these individuals going against the clock. So that's 6 o'clock tonight, our technically session number 3 for Fred's race. All right, 10 laps on the lap cards to start this race for our 15 to 16-year-olds. Coming up to the line, we're 3 female competitors going for the gold, silver, and bronze. The remainder of this field will be competing for the male gold, silver, and bronze. So again, mixing up our medals a little bit, but the field racing all together to make the racing more fun. Our 15 to 16-year-olds on the neutral. They'll get the start out of turn 4, and then we'll get going for 10 laps of scratch racing. Riders on their first lap. It's 10 to go for our 15 to 16-year-olds. First riders across the line, of course, the end of a scratch race will be our winner. The kids will be listening for a bell at 1 to go. Keeping it all together on the back straight as our field feeling things out early on. Quick rotations as a front, and you can see the pace a little bit more moderate to start as we've got 2 lines of juniors. No one wanted to push the pace too quick at the beginning of this one. Leah Hulslander, 2:05, finds herself at the lead of the lap currently. She'll pull up and out of the way and give someone else a chance quickly. Again, no one wants to stay there too long as everybody's kind of feeling this out and seeing who's going to make the first big effort. Finn Westover that was leading on the back straight. He pulls up and out of the way, giving some room for some other riders to take their effort. Everybody's being hesitant still. In fact, they find a wheel, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to watch this wheel a lot, as number 48 is Colin Stotts, I believe, comes up to the blue line and above it. Most of the race is willing to find that wheel and stay with it. 8 to go. Riders lining up behind Malakoff, who's on a good move here at 7 to go, trying to speed things up. Nitai looks over the right shoulder, and Colin Stotts is right there to keep things moving. Looks like he'll abandon quickly, though, as he pulls up to the right as well. That's Will Fowler. You can tell him pretty easily from the other side of the track based on the yellow numbers. So Fowler takes the front spot. Most riders will slot back in on his wheel again. Itai again on the front, so this is kind of an effort to try to peel off some riders, I think, as some of the riders that feel like they've got the endurance are going to try to apply some pressure and maybe give some riders a hard time early in this junior field. Couple laps down already. Working our way towards about halfway through the race. And as Itai sits up, the field will follow suit as they all come up to the blue line. One of our junior women staying up here with the fast speed is the rider in the orange helmet. She's trying to find gold for the women in the 15, 16-year-olds today. It's Danny Scoville, seeing 5 to go. Saw his brother just a moment ago, as Isaac Jurassic is also in there, number 46, another powerful rider to keep your eye on. See how he plays this race out. Slight interim here as we hit that halfway point. Though in single file, about 60% or so power coming out from the field, and even less now as we all sit and slow down a bit, waiting for the next attack to occur. At 4 to go, we're starting to look towards the end of this race and prepare ourselves for the finish. So riders starting to think more strategically about their position in the next couple of laps and getting ready for the fast finish. Itai, though, wants to get it rolling again. He'll get another effort in as he moves things forward. Danny Scoville on his wheel. Isaac Jurassic making the move to try to get up there quickly, and that'll start to bring this whole thing together rapidly. Itai does what he needs to do and pulls up. No one else wants to do the work. Keirin Heats are coming up next. Keirin Heats for the elite men are up next. I'll get the call on that in just a moment, but we're coming up in just a moment on those Keirin Heats. Seeing 3 to go. Results from previous races are being posted as well. Don't forget, you can check again. Omnium score, low is good. Don't forget. Elite men, your first Keirin Heat, Stan Douglas, Mario Sandoval, Andrew Karlberg, Carl Pratis is Heat A. You'll want to be ready as we're about ready to start that race shortly. It's Steve McLaughlin, Eric Phillipson, Ryan Meinhardt, Brandon Russell, and Alex Siegel for Heat B. They'll be up second in the Keirin Heats. 2 to go. Our 15 to 16-year-olds getting very much ready for the top speed again. There's been a couple little smaller attacks, just keeping the pace moving. And if Itai's not in the front, it seems like most riders are happy just to sit at the blue. Colin Stott's trying to kind of edge his way, just inch in front of the group. They're not going to let him slide, though. They're going to keep on the wheel. On the bell lap, it's Colin Stott still bringing the field around as they ride the blue line, waiting for somebody to take the lead spot. Everyone being defensive and awaiting the coming attack. As the bell's coming, look who's moving towards the front and how they're lining themselves up. The rider in black and green who hasn't been trying to make many moves yet. This is his chance. He's trying to get him up into the front, but Colin finds himself dropping to the sprinter's lane first, and there goes Isaac now up and around the right-hand side. It's Itai Malikoff, the first rider to find the wheel. Can he hold on to it as the acceleration is coming down the back straight? Itai spinning up quickly. He's got the wheel. Can he find the acceleration to zip around the outside edge? It'll be 2 riders. Isaac is very strong to the line. Can it be found? Itai's trying. Isaac for the gold. Itai will take silver. Will Fowler will get some hardware as well. And I think it's Danny Scoville will be the fastest finishing woman in our group here today. Our 15 to 16-year-olds doing an excellent race and a nice scratch finish there for the junior competitors. Riders, you're all wrapping up on this lap and we'll exit on the back straight. Nice racing today. We have 1 rider on the track still. Still 1 rider on the track. Nice racing for all of our juniors as Leo get another round of applause coming to the line. Our 15 to 16-year-olds competing well today. All right, quick interim here for our Keirin. Roll them out, here we go. Just like that. All right, the Keirin Heat's getting rolling here. We've got 2 of them. They're ready in the warm-up circle. Look how fast that happened. I have a feeling somebody was getting that organized ahead of time. Our group will be seeing 3 to go. After another lap and have this pacer bringing them up to pace, they'll be losing the moto on the back straight and then competing for positions in a Keirin final to happen later tonight. We got to get them down to 6 as that's going to be the size of our Keirin final. So out of these 2 heats, we'll be eliminating down to 6 is our goal. Which would mean top 3 from both of these heats will be advancing. So the bar's a little bit lower in this one. We're only going to be dropping 1 rider from this group of 4. Our second heat will actually be eliminating 2 riders, as 5 will be competing in Heat B, and they're coming up shortly. Keirin coming onto the 2 to go mark means on the back straight, the pacer is going to be exiting the track. Andy Baker's got some help from the battery-powered e-bike we use for our pacing efforts, but he's having to do a lot of work here this morning to help the riders get up to speed. He's going to exit on the back straight now, and then off we go for a fast Keirin Heats. Stan Douglas, the rider at the front of the field, will try to keep things rolling as Andrew Karlberg wants to ensure his place. He'll now accelerate around the outside and takes the lead of the lap as the bells ring and top 3 go. Mario Sandoval finds the wheel. The rider in dark green. Carl Pratis, number 304, lined up in 3rd. One rider to be eliminated going down the back straight. Is it going to be Douglas? He's got the hardest job now to try to get back up there. He's up and out of the saddle trying to hold on for his Keirin effort. Can he get another chance to race tonight? It's Karlberg taking the lead of the lap. He just needs to finish the effort and be in. Sandoval and Pratis look like they'll be our advancers into the final. Heat B has got all queued up. About ready to start. Looks like we got to get them together a little bit, but we'll get them on the track here. 500 meters start after the Keirin Heats. Masters women are our first group up for the 500 meters. We'll be bringing you out here quickly. Clear our track, thank you. Here we go. Whistle means racing is starting just like that. Our group of 5 again to eliminate 2 to get down to 3 qualifiers for a Keirin final tonight. Which you won't want to miss and come back for. Our 6 p.m. program will be the finale of the Keirin for the elite men. See McLaughlin, the rider in black and white. Portland competitor is the first in the group in that lineup. Eric Phillipson, the second competitor. Ryan Meinhardt's wearing red. He's 3rd in the group. Brandon Russell in the dark green is the 4th. Alex Siegel in the white is that 5th rider. 2 will not advance out of this group, so the stakes are a little bit higher for advancing. At 2 to go, we'll lose the pacer on the back straight this lap. Baker accelerating them will be exiting on the back straight on this lap. The Portland competitor finds the front from his position, from his draw. He'll stay there as he now is taking the group around. He's a little bit on the back pedals, just a little bit. He hesitates for a moment, maybe hoping somebody will whip up to the front and he can challenge them at 1 to go. Here comes Meinhardt with a bit of an acceleration as you can see him now coming down turn 1. Will come shoulder to shoulder. Alex Siegel will try to find his move now down the back straight and accelerate all the way around the outside. He's got the lane down to the short part of the track. He'll make the move down. Here comes our 3 around the corner. This might be our advancers into the final. Siegel, Russell, and McLaughlin come across the line 1, 2, 3 for their advancement. And that'll do it for the Keirin Heats, just like that. Results for the 15, 16-year-old scratch race, as well as updates for Omnium, have been posted. Please check at velodrome.org/live or use the QR code on the infield at the bathroom to get to the folder quickly. 500 meters. The 500-meter event is coming up next. The Master Women are our first category to compete. Your start is over in turn 4. We're going to meet you over there for your start. Looks like my start list has them going right down in order. So we got all the riders on that start list in order. You can head to, again, that velodrome.org/live list or link to ensure you know where you start. Hillary Luther, Alexander McLaughlin, Annette Williams will be the first 3 to compete. Rue Tomko, Lucy Gilchrist, Danny Scoville, the next 3 after that. So there's our first 6. They'll probably want to be making their way to the warm-up circle. All right, we're just in a brief transition here as we set you got the little guardrails, those little foam markers we got to put around as our riders getting set for a 500-meter effort. We got time trials essentially for the rest of today, the rest of this morning session, which will carry on past lunchtime. We'll be racing against the clock with various distances. Riders will be getting those times shortly after they complete, and riders with the fastest times in each of their respective categories going for medals today, since it is our regional championships. The starts will happen over in turn 4 for the 500 meters. We're just getting all the foam out there, the foam blocks set and ready, as well as our timing system officials and all of the support needed to make this happen. We'll transition, and then in about a minute or two, we'll be ready to call our first competitors. The first 3 up again: Hillary Luther, Alexander McLaughlin, Annette Williams. All right, we're getting our first start here. As riders, again, 500 meters means they get the start at turn 4 and take 1 lap. Their time will be taken over here at the finish line. First competitor up is Hillary Luther. McLaughlin is in the ready area. On deck, Annette Williams. The next rider up after that is Rue Tomko as we start to go into our junior riders. Here's Hillary on her opening effort for the 500 meter. The time, 42.056 for Hillary Luther. 42.056 for Luther. McLaughlin for a 500 meter effort up and onto the track. Getting one to go. Annette Williams coming up to the track next. Rue Tomko should be in the ready area. Lucy Gilchrist also. Be ready, please. And McLaughlin coming in to take her time. Two riders competing in the same category here. We'll see how McLaughlin does chasing a 42.056. McLaughlin's time, 43.025. 43.025. About a second off of our leader for that group. Hillary Luther will take it. This is Annette Williams. Local competitor. The two previous were actually both Oregonians going up here to compete. One of our local competitors and a weekly racer at the track as Annette Williams goes out for a 500 meter. Rue Tomko should be in the ready area. They're up next. Lucy Gilchrist on deck, followed by Danny Scoville. Annette Williams coming across the line here. Many-time Masters national champion. And I'm going to look for reinforcement on the world's champion as of the last time that occurred, but I know it's happened. Wearing the colors today, Stars and Stripes. Annette Williams put in a quick time of 40.005. 40.005 for Annette Williams. Rue Tomko, another one of our local competitors. They're going for what will be a gold, silver medal in the 15 to 18-year-old female competitors. And Rue now on the track and off for their time. On deck, Lucy Gilchrist. Lucy Gilchrist should now be in the ready area. On deck is Danny Scoville. They're followed by Kelly Darlene. Saying the first time in the group. Coming on track next will be Lucy as Rue finishes up. Rue, the time, 47.779. 47.779. Lucy Gilchrist coming onto the track. It's Danny Scoville in the ready area next. Kelly Darlene, you're on deck, followed by Jane Barr. As Lucy's wrapping things up, it'll be Danny coming on track next. Kelly's going to be in the ready area. Jane, you're on deck, followed by Jenna Lingwood. Danny Scoville now coming up onto the track. Looks like we might have a mechanical scenario happening here. Something's going sideways. Perhaps a false start, didn't get the call here, but heading back to the ready area quickly. This means we'll go right into our next competitor is Kelly Darlene. Also racing the 15 through 18-year-old junior women. Getting set for a start. Indeed, that will be a false start for that previous rider, but up comes Kelly Darlene for 500 meters. Hot off the press, wearing also a national champion jersey. Trying to set a quick time here for the 15 to 18-year-old junior women in the 500 meters is Kelly, our final rider in that group, but Danny will be coming back out for her effort as she will get another chance to start it. The three groups at the beginning of today's racing. Oop. There we go. Our three scratch races, the beginning of today's session. We'll do podiums after the 500-meter racing is over. After all 500-meter racing is over, podiums for the scratch races for the juniors. Here comes Danny Scoville for her retry. Got a good start this time, and she's off to chase Kelly Darlene's time. I believe the quickest now at 42.262. 42.262. For Kelly, the time that Danny's now chasing to try to beat. Jane Barr is set to go next, followed by Jenna Lingwood and James Stonehawker, I believe. Scoville with a quick time. It's a 43.474. 43.474 will be Kelly Darlene with the fastest time in her group. Jane Barr getting the start. Jane Barr for the first strike Velo squad on the track. Jenna Lingwood ready to start next. James Stonehawker on deck, followed by Dale Harless. Quick correction to my earlier announcement about the podiums. We will be doing 15, 16-year-old podiums. There's a points race we need to still hold, so that'll be happening a little bit later. 10 through 14-year-olds, though, we'll definitely be able to get you in for podiums after the 500 meters. Calling Dale Harless over to the ready area. We'll also be ready for Don Carlberg will be coming up soon, so we've got our next riders ready. Jenna Lingwood on track. This Jane Barr was the rider in the elite women that Jenna Lingwood will be going head-to-head against. We'll be getting that time shortly for Jane's effort. Jane's time, 47.731. 47.731 for Jane Barr. James Stonehawker, the rider to get the next start. Dale Harless to the ready area on deck is Don Carlberg. They're followed by Angel Liano. .38.78 for Lingwood. 38.78 for Jenna Lingwood. This is Jane Stonehawker now on the track. Now into our Masters Men category for the 500 meter. Our first competitor in this group to set a time. Dale Harless will be our next starter. Don Carlberg in the ready area. Angel Liano on deck. They're followed by Kevin van Hollebeck. You're up. Getting our first time here. I just see Mike Ritter checking in on the stream saying that kit looks pretty good on Kelly. Our thanks to Vi13, one of our great sponsors, for not only being a sponsor of the track, but the rush order to get that together in a few short weeks following nationals. Pretty sweet. Dale Harless about to come on track. 48.326 the time for James. 48.326 for James Stonehawker. Dale Harless onto the track for a 500 meter effort. Don Carlberg is set to go next. Angel Liano in the ready area. Kevin von Hallebeck on deck, followed by Billy Rudnick. Dale's time, 46.804. 46.804, currently the best time for the group. In our Masters 65 and up category, it's Don Carlberg about to take the track. Angel Liano is up next, followed by Kevin von Hallebeck, Billy Rudnick, and then Scott Vincent. That whistle will signal a false start. We're going to back for another start here shortly. Carlberg will come back again for another round. It's Angel Liano next up to start. We'll probably get Don Carlberg in after that. Oh, they're ready now. Very good. So we'll get Don Carlberg back to the start area for his second start. All right, set for his second attempt. Here comes Don Carlberg. And good on our second attempt. Ken Dong sending some love for Carlberg here as he gives the up, up, up on YouTube watching the start. We got our Velodrome fam tuning in from home or from work, seeing how things are going here on a Saturday morning. The time to chase in this group is 46.804. Carlberg wearing the national colors, an established rider in the time trial at national competitions. Angel Liano, the next rider to come up. It's Kevin Von Hallebeck in the ready area. Billy Rudnick and Scott Vincent are the next two up. And the time for Don Carlberg was 38.838. 38.838. And well ahead, the fastest time for his group. Angel Liano on the track. Kevin Von Hallebeck will be starting next as Angel was going around for the first rider to set a time for his age group, the 60 through 64 competition. Oh, Ken Dong is actually tuning in from Houston. Good to have him tuning in on the live stream, checking in with us. And yes, nice Team USA jerseys. We got a couple of national champions out here. If they earn the stars and stripes, they'll wear it for their events. Considering this is regional championships, riders are going to pull out all the stops to do their best today. Their main competitor, of course, is the clock. They want to go as fast as they can on these efforts. This is Kevin Von Hallebeck for his effort. Billy Rudnick is next to start. Scott Vincent in the ready area. On deck, Andrew Lynch, followed by Chris Deerdorf. Angel Liano's time was a 49.6, the first rider in the group. 49.6 for Angel Liano. If you're just joining us here, we're in the middle of our officially second session, though session one had to get canceled out thanks to air quality, for Fred's Race, the Northwest Regional Track Cycling Championships. And this is the time trial extravaganza. Lots of individual events going on throughout this session. Riders go against the clock to set their best time and efforts, and they're going for medals. We got regional medals on the line, so riders are certainly trying to do their best, not just for the sake of competition, but also for the hardware. That's Kevin von Hellebeck's time, 46.441 coming in. Billy Rudnick, racing in the Gene Johnson cycling colors, is on the track for his attempt to chase down what is now the fast time of the group, 46.441, the time to beat for Billy. Scott Vinson, the next rider to start. Andrew Lynch in the ready area. Chris Deerdorf on deck, followed by Tim Luther. After that, there's only one more rider left in the competition for 500 meters. That is Mike Robson, our last rider. After that, junior men and women, your 15 to 16-year-old 4x4 points race is coming up. Velodrome.org/live for the full schedule of events going on right now, as well as live results as they're posted. Don't forget. Billy Rudnick with the new fast time for the group, and he'll take the gold, 41.935 for Billy. Scott Vinson on track now. Andrew Lynch is next to start. Andrew Lynch getting ready to start. In the ready area is Chris Deerdorf. On deck, Tim Luther, followed by Mike Robson. Scott Vinson, 42.13. A quick time for Scott, 42.13. Andrew Lynch gets the bell, 1 to go. Tim Luther getting a call out from Ken Dong as well. Guy knows some dudes. Cheering on our riders from afar. The time here will be setting the first time for, will be 4 competitors in our 50 through 54 age group. The first time is 41.332 for Lynch. 41.332 for Andrew Lynch. Deerdorf, Luther, Robson, our final 3, all should be in the area ready to go.
Some say
Chris Deerdorf on the track. 41.332 is the time to beat for this crew, set by Andrew Lynch, our first rider. Tim Luther in the ready area, followed by Mike Robson. And a new quick time, a 38.002. 38.002. What looks to be our fastest time of the day so far for Deerdorf. This is Tim Luther getting set. Mike Robson, our final rider, is in the ready area. Junior 15, 16-year-olds, your points race is coming up. We'll whistle for the false start and bring him back quick for another try. Coming up from Oregon, it's Tim Luther, traveling up the I-5 corridor to join us this weekend. He'll come back for another try at this start. We're just in our final portion here of the 500-meter competition today. A couple of different categories competing for this race. And again, going for the top three positions in different age categories. We've got our fast time for the 50 through 54s right now is Chris Deerdorf. And the fastest time for the 500 meters so far this morning, a 38.002. The time that Tim Luther will be chasing down, as well as Mike Robson, our final competitor. And on the second start, Tim is looking solid here. We'll get him out for one quick lap, chasing down again that basically 38-second time. If he can get sub 38, he'll take away the lead position of Deerdorf. The time is awfully close. It's a 38.280. 38.280. Another quick time for Tim Luther. He's 0.2 off the lead set by Deerdorf. Mike Robson now will look to try and slot himself in to the top three. Our final rider about ready to start. The quick time again, 38 seconds. If you can break the 38-second mark, Mike Robson would take the top of the competition. Deerdorf holds the fast time for this group of four riders. Juniors, you're on deck. Sponges off. Now's the time. Sponges off. Thank you for helping volunteers. All right, let's check in on the times. Mike Robson with another quick time, but still off the fast time set by Deerdorf. He gets a 38.732. Chris Deerdorf holding on to the fast time of the day for the 500 meters, a 38.002, our quick time for the event. And that'll do it for the 500 meters. We are transitioning. Sponges coming off is the sign that we're going back to mass start racing. The juniors are coming on track in just a moment. We look like we got corner 2 to get set here, but we can bring them to the rail as we'll get those sponges off shortly.
She's a roller coaster. Oh, she's a flame. I'm burning up inside, but I can feel no pain. I won't try to stop her. She can't be tamed. I'm so in love with her, I fall and try again.
Off we go for a points race, a 4x4. It means the juniors will be sprinting 4 times for points. 5, 3, 2, and run to the leaders on those sprint laps. You'll hear some bells that'll indicate those sprint laps every 4 laps throughout the race. The first one at 13 to go, 1 at 9, 1 at 5, and then 1 at 1 to go. The final lap will be worth double, 10, 6, 4, and 2. Riders with the most number of points, of course, will be your champions in the points race. This is our 15 to 16-year-old competitors going out for medals in the points race. They're in the neutral. We'll get them started out at turn 4 as long as they're still together. Racing underway. First sprint for points. You'll hear about 13 to go. Points at 12. Podiums for all juniors and 500 meters will occur after this race. Sorry for the confusion earlier. All podiums to occur after this race for juniors and 500 meter events. At 13 to go, the bell's ringing for our first set of points. Colin Stotts at the lead of the field. Jurassic gets the first set of 5. That'll be Itai Malakoff for 3, Will Fowler for 2. I believe that was Colin Stotts for 1. Ten to go. Bell next lap. Our lead group is on turn 1. The chasing riders will be coming into the home straight just now, exiting turn 4. Chris Wilson checking in from home, telling Colin Stotts to go get it. He rides out here oftentimes in the Jerry Baker Jr. skip, but is also a Fountain Cycling rider. He sits at the front of this field right now, having picked up a point in the first sprint, is still on the leaderboards, wants to try and find more of this next time, as the bell will be ringing for the leaders shortly. Jurassic finds 5 more, Malakoff for 3 more. I think it's Will Fowler again for 2, and I think Colin Stotts again for 1, which should keep the order the same, doubling up each of the riders' points. Isaac Jurassic, your current race leader with 10. 6 for Malakoff, 4 for Fowler, and 2 for Stotts, the unofficial call. The race leader, the rider in black and green, has the most number of points as the bell's ringing. It's Isaac Jurassic picking up 2 wins in the sprints in a row. At 5 to go, he's got 2 more chances to try to sweep the field here. Malakoff is trying to mark the wheel and see if he can beat him in one of these sprints. I think he might have to dial up a different strategy one of these times. Talk about a different strategy. Will Fowler will try to make the jump down. A nice move into out of turn 2 for him. Isaac was watching, didn't get caught sleeping for too long, so he'll try to jump back up there, but this would be a potential change in the finishing order on this sprint as Isaac will still find his way to the front. Itai's trying to catch to get 3 again. Can he do it? Will Fowler trying to get there for 3 for once. It'll go the same order for these 3 riders. 5, 3, 2, and it looks like Stott's out of the points this time.
Be shaken but not stirred. Just a lesson that I've learned, and so it goes. Tables turn in your own. When I think about the way it used to be, when I think about the things it took from me, I know that I am so much better.
Riders seeing 2 to go, and the group on the back straight sitting up a little bit. They're going to be the riders at the front of the field competing for points. Giving enough opportunity maybe for the chasers to get close before the sprint starts. The last one, it will be worth double points. Your current race leader with 15, the rider in black and green. Itai Malakoff's got 9 points sitting in second. And the chasers will find the front here. They will be potentially eligible for points and mix this up a little bit as they'll make their way back to the front of the race. 1 to go. 10, 6, 4, and 2 next time around the track. The Holslander will get things rolling as the chasers catch, and they're still feeling fresh to lead the sprint. Remember, the women will be sprinting to tie break some of this finishing order for them for their places in this race. Coming around will be your race winner. Itai trying to hold on for second. Sprint for third. Whoa! Fowler wanted some more points. He might have lost them to Scoville. One of them got 2, one of them got 4. Nice tight sprint there for those 2. Any riders finishing with 0 points, of course, the position is their ties will be broken by their final position on that last sprint. Riders exiting on the back straight. Podiums to begin shortly. I'm going to try to go relatively in order of the program, so that would start with our junior scratch races. After podiums, we start with the longer distance time trials. We'll have to take a little bit of time to get ourselves set here. We're going to be doing some podiums on the infield. And then we'll be doing our longer time trials, starting with the kilos, the 2Ks, the 3Ks, the 4Ks. It's all fun. 10 through 12 scratch race on our podium today. We'll first be bringing up in second place for what would be silver, William Huang. And on top of your podium today in the 10 to 12-year-old junior men competition scratch race, it is Keegan Fairbanks. And for our junior women in this age category, our 10 to 12-year-olds for the scratch race. In third place, Luna Mendoza. Standing on the podium in second place, Charlotte Westover. And on top of your podium today for the 10 through 12-year-old scratch race for the junior women, it is Molly Armstrong. Up next, the 13 through 14-year-old scratch race for our junior females competing in the group. First up, in third place on the podium is Bella Mejia. In second place, Keeglin Robinson. And on top of the podium today, Rue Tomko. Excellent work for our podium. Coming up next, 13, 14-year-old junior men. In third place, Jack Hampson. In second place, Indigo Vining. And 13, 14-year-old junior men champion in the scratch race, Ben Jurassic. Fifteen through 16-year-old junior women for the scratch race. In third place, Leah Holslander. In second place, Lucy Gilchrist. And your junior women 15 to 16-year-old scratch race champion, Danny Scoville. And for the junior men, 15 to 16-year-old scratch race in third place, it's Will Fowler. In second place, Itai Malakoff. And your 15 to 16-year-old junior men's scratch race champion, Isaac Jurassic. How about we go right into the 500 meters then. Here come our 500 meter results. This may not be entirely in order as it is on the schedule because I'm going to use the results page, which is not ordered in the same way. It is ordered by age. So we're starting with our younger riders and working our way up. So please be ready for that. We'll end with elites, it looks like. That's how it's sorted. So starting up first would be our 15 through 18-year-old, the junior women competition for the 500 meters. In third place, Lucy Gilchrist. In second place, Danny Scoville. And your junior women competitor champion for the 500 meters, Kelly Darlene. The 45 to 49 competition for the 500 meters, starting up on second place, Alexandra McLaughlin. And on top of the podium today, your champion in the 500 meters, 45 to 49-year-old woman is Hillary Luther. '50 to 54 men coming up next. That starts with third place on the podium today, Mike Robson. In second place, Tim Luther. And with our fastest 500 meter time today, I might add, on top of the podium today, Chris Deerdorf. '55 to 59 female competitors. You know her, you love her, your champion, Annette Williams. And Riz, of course. In your 55 to 59-year-old men competition, on top of today's podium, riding for team unattached, Scott Vinson. Scott still here? 60 through 64-year-old men. Oh, there he is. Okay, great. Scott Vinson. There you go. Six, 60 through 64 men for the 500 meter. In third place, Angel Liano, excuse me. In second place, Kevin Von Hallebeck. And on top of the podium today, Billy Rudnick. In your 65 up competition for the men, in third place, James Stonehawker. In second place, Dale Harless. And your 65 up champion, Don Carlberg. And for your elite women competition, in second place, Jane Barr. And the champion today for the 500 meters in the elite women competition, Jenna Lingwood. And finally, we go to the junior men, 15, 16-year-old points race. Junior women and men, excuse me. We'll start with the women shortly. 15, 16-year-old points race. For our 15, 16-year-old female competitors in the points race today, in third place on the podium, Leah Hoslander. In second place, Lucy Gilchrist. And your junior woman champion for the points race, Danny Scoville. And for the junior men, 15, 16-year-old competition, in third place, Will Fowler. In second place, Itai Malakoff. And your junior men champion for the points race, Isaac Jurassic. Congratulations to all of our competitors from the earlier portions of this session. We are getting set momentarily here for the starts of the time trials to finish the rest of this session. We're going into the 1K event next. A kilo coming up.
Take me to your heart. I belong to you. Take me to your soul.
All right, coming into the kilo here, we've got two riders. Starting up is Steve McLaughlin on the back side of the track. Starting in the back straight, it is Peter Gilchrist on the home straight for Heat 1. Sheet's looking good now, so whatever, either the new link helped or something on my link it up. Got it up. Looks good now. Heat 2, Ben Flom on the home straight, Alex Siegel on the back straight. Once our events have started, you got to pick a side of the track. It's just kind of a general reminder for safety and for our timers and all the things going on around here to keep everybody happy and safe. Two riders on the track right now going around in circles will be indeed Peter Gilchrist in the Jerry Baker Jr.'s black and blue, Steve McLaughlin, the rider in the black and white. Not in a direct competition in terms of the age and the categories that they'll be competing in. One of our junior men here coming on the home straight. He's gone his first lap of this kilometer effort. A lap and a half around, excuse me, the 2.5 laps around the track will get you that total of the kilo. McLaughlin getting the bell for 1 to go. Will finish on the home straight as riders finish opposite of where they start. Gilchrist gets his bell on the back straight. Heat 2 should be set and ready to go. Heat 3 is been removed, which means Itai Malakoff and Jacob Luna, you're coming up awfully quick. And our first finisher is, that's Gilchrist on his half lap remaining. And McLaughlin now coming onto the home straight for his finish. For the Bike Central team coming up out of Portland area, he'll be our first rider to set a time today in the kilo as Peter Gilchrist also finishes on the back straight. The Zach hat's getting a call out. Andy Baker's doing. It's a beautiful hat, isn't it? Yep, we see that on the split screen. We get to see our double starts for our kilometers here, trying to get to see both riders on their starting effort. If you're tuning into the live stream, make sure to leave that thumbs up and share it around with some folks. Let them know that we're doing some racing here today. Unfortunately, yesterday's session getting canceled, but we have lots of racing planned here for a Saturday at the Velodrome. We're waiting on the time reporting is a little bit off for us for the moment. We'll get that in just a second for our first heat. On track now is heat 2. On the left of your screen on the home straight, Ben Flaum. On the back straight is Alex Siegel. All right, just a few things on the back end in terms of our timing and making sure we're recording correctly. We'll get started here in just a moment for our second heat. So again, you can see on the left side of the screen, if you're online, that's for rider for Fell Swoop, Ben Flom in the all black. Opposite him on the back straight will be Alex Siegel. And they get the go-ahead. Racing underway for our two competitors, and again, chasing down a time as they'll be going out for 2.5 laps against the clock, finishing opposite of where they started. The rider now on the home straight will finish on this side of the track. Ben Flom in the all black kit, getting his first lap underway. Alex Siegel gets the bell. He'll finish up on the home straight. Ben Flom also getting the bell on the back straight. We'll finish up over there after another lap. Heat 3, of course, not on the schedule anymore, so that means Heat 4 is coming on track. Heat 5, Karsten Funt, you'll be up after that. Itai Malikoff on the home straight. Jacob Luna on the back straight to start soon, followed by Karsten Funt. Heat 6 coming up shortly as well, as we got lots of juniors competing today for the kilo. And off we go. Malakoff, the rider, starting on the home straight. It's Jacob Luna. They'll be rounding the corner onto the home straight next. I can get some times out here now. They will be up on the website or on the live link as well. McLaughlin's time was a 1:11 earlier, and Peter Gilchrist in the same heat was a 1:18.18. The most recent finishers, Ben Flom, the time was 1:15.52. Alex Siegel, a 1:09.954. That 1:09.954, our fastest time yet, although these juniors won't be directly competing with that time. Still a quick time set by our rider for Broadmark. Here's the bell for Jacob Luna. On the opposite side, Itai would also be getting the bell, and they're in their final lap of effort now. The lone rider for Heat 5, Carson Funt, ready to start on the home straight next. Still looking for Carson Funt, I believe, on the home straight. And there's Luna coming across the line. Jacob Luna getting his time momentarily. Can we also please have Kaiser and Pratis to their sides? It's Henry Kaiser on the home straight, Carl Pratis on the back straight. On deck, Kaiser on the home straight, Pratis on the back. Heat 7 will be Wilson Turk alone on the back coming up soon. Carson Funt will be the lone rider on the track for his effort in this 15 through 18-year-old junior men competition. A lot of riders showing up today to post their times for a kilometer on the track. He will finish on the back straight at the end of his ride. In the last heat, Itai Malakoff's time 1:20.83. Jacob Luna's time, 1:17.47. Carson will get the bell ringing on that back straight for him now. He will finish on the next lap on the back half of the track. On the home straight, you got Henry Kaiser starting there, and on the back straight is Carl Pratis. Carson Funt time was 1:14.62, the fast time for this group so far. A 1:14.62. Henry, your starter on the home straight, will finish opposite us. And Carl Pratis accelerating through turns 3 and 4 will finish on our side of the track. The time to beat right now is Carson Funt's set just a moment ago, a 1:14.62. The time currently these two riders are looking to best today in seeking their medals for the kilometer. If you're just tuning in online or if you're coming in through the park and seeing what we're doing today, this is our second session of Fred's race. The first one did get canceled last night because of air quality, but we're back at it today, focusing on, as you see here, time trials. Riders are not racing really against each other, although obviously it is the fastest rider to win. Their main opponent, they're themselves and the clock, out here trying to go as fast as they can over the given effort and time. Now these two riders in their final turn. Pratis looking a little bit quicker. Will it be fast enough, though, either of these riders to catch the current fast time? Wilson Turk about ready to start. Will now take us into the elite men competing in this group. He's Heat 7 alone on the back straight. On deck is Rabinowitz and Meinhardt. Rabinowitz up to the home straight. Meinhardt on the back straight, please. Our lone starter for this next heat is on the back straight, Wilson Turk, getting set to go. We'll see how these next two juniors slot in, as this will be the last two in the group for the 15 through 18-year-olds. And our new quick time, a 1:10.908 for Carl Pratis, will be the fastest in the group. 1:10.908 for Carl Pratis. And Kaiser with a quick time of 1:14.061, good for second place. So the two in the final heat wrap things up nicely. On the live stream, you're getting to see what it looks like when I don't have camera help, as when it's the one-man show, it's a little bit different. So live stream taking a lot of effort to make sure we get camera work going and the announcing and all those fun things. My big thanks to everybody that's helped make the live stream possible. Obviously, Nick, my live stream assistant, a huge shout out to him. He had to take off this morning, and a big difference he makes to the production values and quality of the show. Bell's ringing for one to go for Wilson Turk. We're on heat 8. It's Aaron Rabinowitz on the home straight and Ryan Meinhardt on the back straight needed now for their start. On deck is Brandon Russell on the home straight and Andrew Karlberg on the back. First rider up for the elite men's time, a 1:23.558 for Turk. Last call for our starter. Looks to be a good start for a rider on the back straight, as it'll be Meinhardt on his own for this effort. Brennan Russell on the home straight is up next, followed as well as Andrew Karlberg on the back straight. Two riders starting up next. And finally, in our last group, I should say, in the kilo. This will be Heat 9. Brennan Russell on the home straight and Andrew Karlberg set on the back straight. Ryan Meinhardt now with the quick time for the group is a 1:12.626. 1:12.626 for Ryan Meinhardt, our new quick time. The time that these two riders will be looking to beat. Up next will be the 2K event starting up. We only have one heat remaining here in the kilo. A little bit of a delay on the split screen views on some of the way those cameras look. Both riders get a good start though. Karlberg now on the home straight will finish on this side. Opposite him, Brando for Fount Cycling will finish on the back straight, right in the dark green. Karlberg gets the bell for one to go as Brando does opposite him on the back straight. Two local riders going at it here to close out the Elite Men competition in the kilo as Karlberg gets his time just ahead of the rider on the back straight. We'll see as their time comes in shortly. The 2K, the 5-lap time trial is coming up next. I have Kelly Darlene, our first rider in the first heat on the home straight, followed by Don Karlberg, also starting alone on the home straight. Any new quick times coming in from that last group? Brendan Russell with a 109.737. 109.737, and the fast time of the group is Andrew Karlberg, 107.473. 107.473. Going to look here at our first rider in the next group. This 2K event starting off with Kelly Darlene, about ready to get going. Just need a moment for the timing to get adjusted and prepared, and we'll give the go-ahead shortly. And that's your start for Kelly Darlene. 5 laps around the track for the 2K. She will end on the same side that she starts on, so we'll see her finish over here after her effort is complete. Next up is Don Carlberg, also to start on the home straight.
Some kind of magic, you came into my life. And with that bed, you give me something twice. Yeah, you're an angel, and always on my mind. I wanna love you like I do on my own. Yeah, this is worth a thousand, you and I, and the stars in the sky, and the heart of mine.
Just now in her final turns for the 2K, our first rider to complete it. Kelly Darlene. Don Carlberg, our next start on the home straight. On deck, Angel Liano. Don Carlberg taking the track for 5 quick laps. On the home straight starting next will be Angel Liano. Heat 4 is Kevin Van Hellebeck and Billy Rudnick. Van Hellebeck will be on the back straight. I have Rudnick on the home side of the track. Don Karlberg on his final lap. The time for our first competitor did come through. Kelly Darlene's time was a 2:39.125. 2:39.125 for Kelly. This next rider coming on to set on the home straight alone in this heat is Angel Liano. Now should be in the ready area is heat 4. Van Hellebeck and Rudnick. Van Hellebeck to the back straight and Rudnick on the home straight. After that will be Michael Fadich riding alone on the back straight. Excuse me, that is Michael Fadich on the back straight and Ron Solinsky on the home straight for heat 5. They're coming up after heat 4. Angeliano will be the first rider to set a time for his age group, coming out here for his effort at this 5-lap time trial. He'll be challenged by Van Hellebeck, and Rudnick will be in the next heat. Don's Carlberg did come through with a 3:02.235. The time for Carlberg, 3:02.235. Here comes Liano to get his time now as he'll cross the line. And back again to two sides of the track. We got two up this time with Kevin Van Hallebeck, the rider that is lining up on the back straight. It's Billy Rudnick in the blue on the home side of the track. Good start for both riders, and off they go for 5 laps around the track. They'll finish on the same side they started on. This is Kevin Van Hallebeck coming onto the home straight now. In their own category, the time they're chasing is a 3:42.661 set by Angel. 3:42.661 from Angel Liano, his time. Rudnick finishing up shortly excuse me, Van Hallebeck finishing up shortly. Rudnick just finished up on the home straight momentarily ago, and we're bringing up our next heat just like that. We'll get the times for those riders shortly. This is Michael Fadich on the back straight, getting set. Fadich to the back straight. Last call for Fadich on the back straight. It's Ron Solinsky on the home straight. They're followed by Heat 6, Vern Cole and Scott Vincent. I see Mr. Fadich on his way over, I believe. Kevin Van Hallebeck, 3:24.318. And our fast time for the group will be Billy Rudnick, 3:07.383. A 3:07 for Billy. The rider starting and ending on the home straight is Ron Solinsky. He's currently on the back half of the track. Coming onto the home side is Michael Fadich. These two riders in direct competition with one another in their age group, as will the next heat be competing against them, Vern Cole and Scott Vincent. Vern Cole is on the back straight ready to go. Scott Vincent on the home straight. Ron in the blue for Center Cycles, going around turns 1 and 2, and then here in the blue, again, this is Fadich for the Greg Cycles team. Both riders wearing the blue colors today. Vern Cole to the back straight. Vern Cole to the back straight. Scott Vincent coming on the home straight.
Out in stormy weather, I might have the blues, but nothing ever stopped me from dusting off my shoes. You might think you'll see me falling to the ground, but I threw up my umbrella when rain.
May have a scratch on the back as it don't see Vern on his way over.
On a good day,
Alone in this heat on the home straight will be Scott Vincent getting his start shortly. Scott Vincent gets off to a start, and we'll give him 5 laps around the track and see where he ends up at the end of it. It is Heat 7. Coming up next, Andrew Lynch and Mike Darlene. The times from Heat 5 coming through on the home straight was Ron Solinsky with a 2:46.324. And Fadich on the back straight with a time of 2:39.237. That'll be the time that Scott Vincent will be aiming to beat, at 2:39.237. Scott Vincent with the 1 to go mark. Look at his time next lap. Heat 7 coming on track now is Andrew Lynch on the back straight, Mike Darlene on the home straight. Heat 8, Mike Robson and Kenny Williams coming up next. This is Mike Dolene on the home straight in the blue. And soon in the two-tone blue kit, you'll see a lighter colored kit for Gene Johnson Cycling. That's Andrew Lynch, the other rider in the heat. Let's see the dark blue of Dolene coming the home straight for his finish. And the light blue, Andrew Lynch on his half lap to go. Up next will be our final 2K heat. The 3Ks start shortly. On the home straight on the left of your screen, if you're tuning in online, that is Kenny Williams. On the opposite side from him, starting on the back straight, will be Mike Robson for the final heat in the 2Ks. The 50 through 54 competition, that previous heat will set the first times that these two riders will be going after.
Hey, check it. Hey, check it. Put the place up.
With riders off to a good start and off for their 5-lap effort. Time's coming in for the last couple of races here. I'll see if I can get those soon as I'm getting reconnected to our list. Andrew Lynch with a time of 2:50.324. 2:50.324. And Mike Dolene with a quick time of 2:33.020. 2:33.02 for Mike Dolene. That's the time these two riders are going to have to look to beat if they want to best him in the ride for gold. Scott Vincent, earlier your time, previously unannounced, 2:53.895. A 2:53.895 for Vincent. All right, we'll get those times in shortly for our final 2Ks. There's an adjustment to a previous time. Mike Darlene's time, more accurately, is a 2:30.020. So a 2:30 for Mike Darlene. Even faster time that these two riders are going to have to beat if they want to take away the top spot from Mike. Kenny Williams off by just about a second and a little less than a second and a half with a time of 2:31.386. Mike Robson with another quick time as well, 2:34.576, but it will be Mike Darlene the fastest for that group in the 2K. We had a none start in the first heat, so I need to call Carl Pratis and Henry Kaiser both. It'll be Kaiser to the back straight and Pratis on the home straight. Looks like we had a DNS on heat 1. Heat 3 will be Jane Barr on her own on the home straight. Excuse me, correction. Jane Barr and Jenna Lingwood both on track at the same time. Barr on the home straight, Lingwood on the back straight. That's heat 3. Currently on track now should be heat 2. Pratis on the home straight, Kaiser on the back straight. These two juniors are head-to-head. It's a 15 to 18-year-old ride for the top of the 3K podium today. Carl Pratis, the rider starting on the home straight. Now you see the rider with the orange helmet, Kaiser, coming on the home straight. The 3K is a 7.5 lap ride, so riders end opposite where they start. 7.5 laps later. Both riders now on their final lap. In this head-to-head, it does look like Kaiser with the faster time. Beat in the shorter race, but will be victors in the longer race. We'll go back-to-back in the, what I believe, the 1K and now the 3K. They'll trade places. Jane Barr to start on the home straight. Jenna Lingwood on the back straight. Heat 4 is Greg Kogut. That's coming up next. Greg will be racing from the back straight as a reminder. The dark blue here starting on the home straight is for First Strike Velo, Jane Barr getting her start. Coming around the track out of turn 4. Riding directly against her for the Point S Nokian team. Coming up from the Portland area is Jenna Lingwood. Greg Kogut will go to the back straight here soon. Heat 5 riding alone is Ben Flum, also on the back straight. That's our next two groups up in the 3K. Those times they come through for the previous group. And the bell is ringing for Jen on the home straight. So in the previous group, there was Carl Pratis with a 4:04.166, and coming in with a quick time, Henry Kaiser's time was 3:55.021, the time on the previous heat. Lingwin will be finishing on the home straight in about 200 meters. Jane Barr on the home straight will be getting a bell on the back straight when she gets around the track. Here comes our first finisher, Lingwood. Greg Koga coming on the track now. And following Heat 4 will be Heat 5. Ben Flaum on the back straight, riding alone for Fell Swoop. It's Greg Koga getting a start from the back straight. We'll finish on the home side of the track. Jane Barr, the time 5:06.1. 5:06.1 for Jane Barr. Jenna Lingwood, 4:13.161. 4:13.161. The fastest time so far today, set by one of our junior men, was Henry Kaiser in the 3K, a 3:55.021. Greg Koga not directly competing against some of those previous times. Still looking to set a fast time out here on our 3K event. It's Ben Flom to kick off the 40 through 44 competition. We got 3 men competing there. He's already set on the back straight. Heat 6 will be Carl Hofer on the home straight, and Stephen Wilson's on the back straight. That's after Ben Flom's lone heat. Greg Hogan getting the bell, 1 to go. Time set on the home straight on the next lap. It's Ben Flom now coming onto the track for the start on the back straight. As Greg Koget's time coming in quickly here. A fast time for Greg Koget, and our fastest time today in the 3K so far, 3:47.54. 3:47.54 for Greg. The next rider is alone on the back straight, Ben Flom, about ready to start. On deck, Carl Hofer on the home straight, Steven Wilson's on the back straight. The bell was for Ben Flaum, our rider on the track right now in his final lap. Carl Hofer about to start on the home straight. Steven Wilson's on the back straight. On deck will be the final heat for the 3K today. It looks like we've got Snowman and Baker riding next. Didn't get a good look at the two starts there on the stream, but we got a good start for both riders. And the red was indeed Carl Hofer on the home straight. Now you're seeing coming onto the home straight in blue, Steven Wilson's. Two riders going head to head here. And indeed their times will be compared to the time of Ben Flaum, who rode just a moment ago. His time coming in is a 4:03.517. 4:03.517. Head-to-head, pretty matched here after a few laps. Both riders crossing that midline at about the same instant. So well matched so far. Both riders trying to beat a 4:03.517 in this time trial competition. It's both Hofer and Wilson's in the same category riding head-to-head in this heat. Our riders on deck are both in position and ready to go. They will be our last two to compete in the 3K before we finish up the time trials with 4 heats in the 4K competition. There, now say hi again. There you go. Riders getting the bell. And The rider in red with a slight advantage coming into the final lap. We'll see how they close. Carl Hofer, the rider now coming the home straight in his final 200 meters. Opposite him is Wilson's, also in the final portion of his effort. An awfully close competition here in this heat, maybe the closest we've seen yet today. Snowblin and Baker coming up on the track next. We'll get those times shortly. On deck, the first heat for the 4Ks. Wilson Turk on the back straight and Aaron Rabinowitz on the home straight. He scratched in an earlier event. We'll see if he's here for this one. Good start for both riders, as the rider in all white on the left of the screen on the live stream was Peter Snowblad on the home straight. Opposite him in the black with yellow for the Broadmark team is Andy Baker. They are also head-to-head. This is the same age group riding head-to-head in this heat. So this will be for the difference between a gold and a silver for these riders. Again, up next, we go into the 4-kilometer time trial, our final event for the session. Heat 1 likely Wilson Turk alone on the back straight. Heat 2, Tyler Arnoldi and Ryan Meinhardt. Heat 3 is Colbert and Haggard, and Heat 4 is Wilsons and Martinez. And the time was indeed the closest we've seen yet in that previous heat. We saw Steven Wilsons and Carl Hofer coming within a half second of one another, confirming the time here shortly, but both times faster. Good enough for the gold and the silver. I'm going to confirm what we got from our timing system shortly. Steven Wilsons with the time of 3:45.527, just a little bit less than a half second faster than Carl Hofer, 3:45.947. Both with a 3:45, a 3:45.5 for Wilsons, 3:45.9 for Hofer. They'll go 1-2 in the competition for the 3K in their age group. Baker getting the bell on the home straight will finish up in under 200 meters. Snoblin on his final lap. Baker in his final effort there will be getting his time shortly, and Snoblin on his back half of his last lap. Wilson's and Hofer, hold on, as my suspicions may be correct. We're going to double check, as I'm a little suspicious, but we're double checking our finishing times here. Okay. Times indeed were swapped for the two of you. So, by less than half a second, Carl Hofer takes first. 3:45.5 for Hofer and 3.459 for Wilson's. Confirming that has been updated and changed. Those results will be posted shortly after the event's over to confirm. We got one rider in the 4K coming up on this heat. Wilson Turk will be starting on the back straight alone shortly. Heat 2 will bring out Tyler Arnoldi on the back straight and Ryan Meinhardt on the home straight. Andy Baker on the back straight, the time coming through a 3:40.385, I believe the time. And Peter Snoblin, a 4:03.895. Sending out Wilson Turk for his 4K. 4 kilometers on the track gives him a total of 10 laps. He'll end on the same straight he started, so we'll take his time on the back straight. On the previous lap, saw the 5 to go point. Coming into this halfway through the race for Wilson Turk, our first rider to set a time today in the Elite Men 4K competition. All riders riding in this race will be racing in the same competition, so fastest time in this event will stand on top of the podium today. The backstraight bell's ringing for Wilson Turk on his final lap. Yep, we're good. That's it. Track is open for a moment between riders. Second heat is getting set as Tyler Arnoldi is on the back straight and Ryan Meinhardt coming on track on the home side of the track. Our first rider's time is in with a 6:05.886. 6:05.886. After heat 2, we'll have our third heat. Kit Colbert will ride it from the back straight, and Max Haggard will start on the home straight. Meinhardt with a really quick start for sure. Arnoldi in the all black coming onto the home side of the track now. We'll be riding against him. It is head to head, but this is a large field with what will be 7 riders competing, all for the fastest time over 10 laps. The halfway splits are in on this one with Ryan Meinhardt a little quicker at 236.158. Arnoldi at 239.933. That at 5 laps remaining, the time coming in. The halfway split. Both riders getting the bell on this lap. Meinhardt still in the lead. Arnoldi now gets the bell on the back straight. The next two riders coming on track, we got Max Haggard setting up on the home straight, Kit Colbert to set up on the back straight. Going to be talking about a track record in a moment, but actually I want to bring up one that happened earlier today. We'll probably talk about it again later tonight, but Kelly Darlene is actually our 2K junior women's track record holder, and she beat her own time today. So she improved on her track record earlier. So congrats to Kelly Darlene for that. A 2:39, besting her own time of a 2:40 earlier. And we also have a record holder coming out here as Max Haggard holds the record for the hour attempt out here on the track. So he's going to be putting on an effort today in the 4K, starting on the home straight. Opposing him on the opposite side is Kit Colbert. All riders chasing now the new fast time set by Ryan Meinhardt in the last heat. Our time now, Ryan Meinhardt, 5:15.11. Tyler Arnoldi, 5:24.579. Again, the quick time now for the elite men, 5:15.11. That'll signal the false start. We'll reset that one. Riders coming back to their starting positions. That false start charged to the home straight for clarity. All right. Resetting ourselves again here for the heat. Heat 3 about ready to start. On deck, our final heat for time trials today. The end of the session before we go into some podiums. Steven Wilson's will be set on the back straight, and Nick Martinez to start on the home side of the track. Our track record holder, Max Haggard, all the way up from California, so will not be in the medals today, but can still try to go for a quick time out here in this 4K event. Kit Colbert is the rider in the gray with the black shorts, is going to be now on the backside of the track. Max Haggard in the mostly blue uniform.
I've been trying hard to keep my cool, but when you're near, there's nothing that I can do. When you're walking in, I know it's true. It doesn't even matter how hard I try, 'cause when I hear your voice, my walls come down. Boy, you are the only thing I want. There must be a way I can make you see that if we fell in love, it would be so sweet. But when it's you and me, nobody can bring us down, bring us down. But I don't wanna look up if you don't love me back. 'Cause I don't wanna look up if you don't love me back.
We have a pass on this lap in the dark blue for Haggard. Haggard gets the bell in the home straight. Will set his time next timer on the track. Okay, Colbert also near the final lap for him. He'll hear the bell on the back straight, giving him the signal for 1 to go. Our riders for our final heat are in place. It'll be our last heat of time trials coming up after this. Haggard for his finish. Colbert getting the bell on his final effort coming now onto the home straight. Max Haggard with a quick time today. His time comes in with a 4:57.37. 4:57.37. Kit Colbert, 5:23.974. A 5:23.974. Ryan Meinhardt gets pushed back into second after the new time from Haggard takes the lead. A 4:57.37. Stick Martinez on the home straight. Stephen Wilson's on the back straight as our final heat is ready to start. You've seen these last two competitors closing things down for us here in the time trial today with the 10-lap 4K. Once our times have been posted for this, we will sort things out for this competition, post results. Podiums will start shortly after for all of the riders competing in the 1K, the 2K, the 3K, and the 4K. We'll get through those podiums after this heat is wrapped up. Our fast time, again, our first rider today to break through the 5-minute mark was Max Haggard with a 4:57.37. That stands at the top of the competition currently. Stephen Wilson's halfway split, a 232.541, slightly ahead of the pace of Nick Martinez, 233.759. Both on pace to be good times right around 5 minutes if they can stay on a similar pace.
Little cracks on your rusty frame, stuck in the mud, but it's okay. I don't have the pieces of your home, buried in the flashbacks. All these wicked nightmares have gone cold. Now we go way back, as far as way back goes. Still standing by your side. You know I'll be right here when all the monsters come. I've got you. You grew old in suburbia, where pretty demons never show, shifting shapes in millennia.
Both riders getting the bell. Martinez, making up for the earlier split, has advanced a little bit ahead of Wilson's position now overall on the track. And looking like he might have the advantage coming into this final lap. Both riders trying to get close to that 4:57 set by Haggard. Both right on pace to currently be above that time, a little over 5 minutes in that range, maybe a 5:07, 5:08 in that area. We'll see how they finish up. And those are our two final riders now across the line, and we'll get those times up shortly. Podiums to start soon on the, the podiums. And both riders coming in very close to 5 minutes. Good times for both riders. We'll get Stephen Wilson's in at a 5:04.577. Nick Martinez in with a 5:02.512. That'll put, I believe, Martinez in second place in the overall Elite Men competition, and Stephen Wilson's will round out in third. We'll get the results posted shortly.
Now we go way back, as far as way back goes. Still standing by your side. You know I'll be right here when all the monsters come. I've got you.
I'll be reading down the result sheets as posted, so again, it may not be in the exact order you might expect, but I'm going to be using the sheet to help me stay in track. So please pardon me if the order is a little bit haphazard in your mind, but I'll try to get things going here pretty quickly. We are starting with the kilos. So our 1 kilometer time trial in order as it's posted. We have a couple of Masters competitors to bring up. First off, in the 45 through 49 category, in first place on top of the podium is Stephen McLaughlin. In the next category, 40 through 44 competitors, your champion for the kilometer is Ben Flom. And 35 through 49 men, Masters men, Alex Siegel, your champion. Next, okay. Well, I don't know. Next up in the junior men. In third place, Karsten Funt. In second place, Henry Kaiser. And your champion in the kilometer time trial for the junior men, Carl Paredes. And for the elite men in the kilo, in third place, Ryan Meinhardt. In second place, Brando Russell. And your kilometer champion for the elite men, Andrew Carlberg. In the 2K time trial, I start first with our 15 to 18-year-old junior women, your champion, Kelly Darlene. With a new record time of the track, a 2:39.125. For your 65 up 2K champion, Don Carlberg. In your 60 to 64 Masters competition, Masters men, in third place, Angel Liano. In second place, Kevin Van Hellebeck. And your 2K Masters men 60 to 64 champion, Billy Rudnick. In your 55 to 59 Masters men 2K time trial, in third place, Scott Vinson. In second place, Ron Solinsky. And finally, your champion, Michael Fadich. Into our 50-54 Masters Men 2K time trial. In third place, Mike Robson. In second place, Kenny Williams. And your Masters Men 50-54 2K champion, Mike Darlene. For the 3K, we start with juniors. We'll go elites and then masters. For your junior men, in second place in the 3K, Carl Pratis. And your champion, trading blows with Carl, it is Henry the Laser Kaiser. Your elite women competition for the 3 kilometer. In second place, Jane Barr. And your champion, Jenna Lingwood. Masters men 45 through 49. Your champion, Greg Kogut. For your 40 through 44 Masters men, in third place, Ben Flom. In second place, Stephen Wilsons. And your champion, though still printed in the wrong order, Carl Hofer. And finally, 35 through 39 Masters Men 3K. Second place, Peter Snoblin. And your champion, Andy Baker. And finally, in the 4K time trial, our elite men competition, in third place, Stephen Wilsons. In second place, Nick Martinez. And your champion in the 4K time trial, Max Haggard. All right, folks, I think we have completed the ceremonies for the purposes of Fred's race in our second session. We're redoing the podiums, as indeed Haggard is from out of state, is not eligible for those. So he's on top of the podium with the fastest time today. My mistake. We'll be back with more racing at 6 o'clock. Our third session of Fred's race continues tonight, 6 p.m. Great racing going on. We got Keirin finals, lots of mass starts. We have omniums going on for some different groups. It's going to be a good set of races in tonight's schedule. We look forward to having you back for more racing here at the Jerry Baker Memorial Velodrome.